How's everyone doing? Looks like we're getting a little bit of lower support. Fell back to the 59.50 level. This could accelerate down more. Let's see. Yeah, that's a bit. So there's a gap at 59.38. There's a gap from Friday at 59.18. So, not much lower, but there's quite a lot of range that this can pull back. Remember, bullish positioning around here is really not that stable. Looks like ES is failing the 59.65 level right now, which reopens the test at 59.48, which we tested last night, but a retest of that would be a failure of the break. Well, a failure of 59.48 would be a failure of the breakout. We got what, 5 minutes to ISM data? Let's see. Yeah, we got ISM manufacturing 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Nvidia found support at 120. No, Nvidia pulled back hard this morning. Oh shit! It didn't find support at 120. It lost 120. Ouch. Hmm. Nvidia could pull back to 115. I don't remember the 120 support being all that great. It's like okay. I think bigger support's at 115 on it right now, though. VIX is still over 20. We just slipped 59.50. Yep. There we go for the 59.48.25 test on ES. Jesus fucking Christ. God, the money puts are so expensive. Did I pick the wrong week for a little getaway upstate? I'm glad to see your face again, though. Good to see you too, Puddin' Flaps. Yeah, this is gonna be... Are you like in a cabin or something? It's gonna be fucky. It's gonna be a fucky week. I was like thinking this morning about like what's a right for like macro, and I was like, well, none of this is gonna fucking matter until after the Trump decision. Like everything's different in a world where we have tariffs and a world where we don't. You haven't played anything yet, have you? I have spreads going into this morning from last Friday. Haven't we priced in half a tariff? I mean, it seems like the market's consensus is that Trump is attempting to strong arm foreign economies, which isn't incorrect. But most people don't think he's going to follow through with them in any substantial way. Yep, ISM coming out now. Why isn't it pricing in that he's a Russian asset dismantling our government? Well, as long as he doesn't dismantle our stock market, then we don't need to do that. Shockingly, this isn't the backbone of democracy. Oof, fuck. Ouch. uh, Big drop in manufacturing employment, massive pump in manufacturing prices. Holy shit. 62.4 for manufacturing prices above the prior 54.9. Manufacturing new orders slumped from 55.1 down to 48.6. Construction spending fell to negative point 0.2 from positive 0.5. ISM manufacturing employment from 50.3 to 47.6. And overall PMIs from 50.9 down to 50.3. So almost everything falling below analyst expectations, except manufacturing prices, which came in massively above. Yeah, shockingly, inflation doesn't actually need a driver besides sentiment. It's almost like if you threaten American businesses with tariffs, they're going to go try and buy shit before the tariffs happen, and they're going to create demand, reduce supply, and push inflation and prices higher. That's correct, Popcorn. Jesus. When was the last time manufacturing prices were that fucking high? This is the highest they've been since 2022. Higher than July of 2022, too. Where are we heading to? Hyperinflation. Probably a depression. Sick. It seems like we have a lot of since 2022 metrics converging in the last week or two. Yeah, yeah, it does. That's not a coincidence. Chicks on them. I'm already depressed. You guys don't need to buy fucking antidepressants. Just drink tap water. So no matter how much we can make on our puts, we'll still be broke. Hey, that $1 billion could be the difference between starvation and a loaf of bread. Now, we're not there yet, but it's bad. I mean, if you threaten businesses with price increases, they're going to try to front run those price increases, creating the price increases on their own, even if the threat doesn't come to pass. Just like 1970, Cam. We're just speed running the fucking Arthur Burns era. Except there are no Volkers anymore. People like that don't exist today. All you have is obsequious little rat fucks who kiss their party's ass. Bootlicking, brown-nosed, fawning sycophants with the moral backbone of a octopus. I probably could have done better there, but yeah. Are you roasting Poopy on stream again? No, of course not. He doesn't have any power. Kirk for Fed chair? Never gonna happen. With words like that, you could be President Kirk. People eat those insults up. Thanks, Maeve. Would you be open to shelter us in New Jersey to dodge the draft? I mean, the most likely outcome is probably just a fracture of the United States. It's the only thing that doesn't require people getting off their asses and doing something. All those things started 30 days ago, right, Gherk? Yeah, largely. Yeah, businesses didn't really feel a threat of inflation prior to Trump. Like, you weren't getting a significant uptick in inflation. We probably weren't going to get one until the latter half of this year previously. We're just accelerating it with the threat of tariffs. We need to clip all the it's almost like moments from these streams. You could be president, that doesn't mean as much anymore. I know. But it does. I mean, someone has to lead people. I think that's the problem right now is that you have a lot of people that are just reeling from defeat and they have no leadership. And so there's no pushback against any of these absurd things. Fed cutting rates seems like such a huge mistake now. What can they do anymore since they dropped the only tool that they have? There wasn't, I mean, it wasn't even an effective tool to begin with. They really did nothing. I mean, inflation just normalized a bit over time, and then any increase in inflation is now just exacerbated because they cut rates, and Fed fund rates are going to pull below neutral because inflation is rising. Do you agree with Poopy's idea that we have one more ZERP in us? We could pull it out, but it would come. The problem with it is it would probably come with immediate downgrades, and so the only way to push through it would be to throw us deep into like a debt spiral. You see, the goal is to cut 700,000 people from the workforce. I'm sure that'll Fed workforce that'll help the situation. No, what? It's such a weird play at isolation at the peak of being a global superpower. Yeah, I know. Well, because it's too hard to conduct running a dictatorship on a global stage. It was a big failure for the USSR, too. Grick, is your favorite thing when people say things you've said out of context? Yep. Couldn't make me happier. Raising rates doesn't matter when you can just borrow it from Japan. That's not really working right now. Japan raised rates, and any decline in the dollar is now, closing that spread at an accelerated pace. And Japan is likely to raise rates again because they have to, because we're forcing them into that position. I'd rather be like a classic red brick, popcorn. They really withstand the test of time. Can't afford federal workers, can't afford a crypto reserve. Well, all his friends have crypto, so he needs to make them money or they won't like him because he's an idiot. BTC hitting 89K again. The presidential pump and dump is winding down. I don't recall seeing Dixie and USG JPY go in opposite directions before. Get used to it. Dollar's up. Dollar's up against the yeah, dollar's up against the yen. That's probably because the euro and the pound are just ripping. Is there such thing as a crypto reserve? I know it's not going to happen because they'll be advised against it by literally every bank, the treasury, like everyone's going to say don't do that, right? So it's just bullshit. It's a pump and dump. I mean, that's what it is. The verbiage in the actual executive order is stockpile from seized assets like Silk Road. Actually, that's tricky. So the Silk Road assets are under the purview of the Fed, who is already moving to sell them. So he'll have to block the Fed. Well, he'll have to get Congress to block the Fed from selling the Silk Road BTC. But yeah, I mean, they're gonna just sit on the seized assets they took from criminals and shit. They would never create an actual reserve of cryptocurrency because it would destabilize the dollar. Lawfully seized crypto assets. Hmm. Yep. It doesn't matter. Like Jay Powell will just ignore any order that isn't from Congress, so he will have to go the legislative route in order to command any kind of action from the Fed. J-Pow is very much like a Cheney, Romney, Bush era Republican. He is not like a MAGA Republican. He does not like Trump at all. And he's also not answerable to Trump. So like he doesn't take orders from the president. Yeah, ISM's fucked. Big moves in manufacturing, which is surprising. No, he's like a hardcore fiscal conservative, but nowadays, yeah, that's pretty centrist. Not permitted under the law. Daddy J-Pop, probably. Yeah. Must have missed the memo. There is no middle ground. Who you vote for will determine your social credit score and ability to access credit. That's only after we open the concentration camps. Calm down, Poopy. But Greg, I'm a victim. I know it's part of the whole right ideology. How is moving from 50.9 to 50.3 so significant a move on ISM? Can you read the rest of the data? Are you capable of that? Just look 3 lines down, man. That's all you got to do. Oh, you'll get there. Hey Glurb, is it easy? It's easy to be doom and gloom here. Is there anything that gives you hope? Yeah, the rapid dismantling of our government will accelerate beyond their idiotic ability to control things, creating a power vacuum, which is hopefully filled by somebody less retarded. Tight. Dyson, actually. I hope I'm rich enough by then. None of this will bother me. The dollar goes down, everyone's poor. How much yen do you own? What's the best hedge against the dollar? Traditionally, gold. Gold, silver, um, not oil. Foreign currencies, foreign assets. There's some support coming in. They're selling the 20, 25, and 30 put. So we might get a little bit of a turnaround. It doesn't matter. I mean, like, options are too expensive to trade on the intraday anyway. For those of you trading options on the intraday, what are you thinking? Wrong. I have a DRS GME shares. Same like $1 million. Like with that. I own 1,000,000,000 yen. It's about $3.50. Other reserve currencies: pound, euro, yen. When you go back to intraday SPX, I mean, you can trade it, but you need to use like SPY or QQQ, more likely. The cost of the leverage is just astronomically high right now. I mean, at the money options are what, like fucking $20? Yeah, they fell a little bit, but not much. Tenure hit its lowest level since December. You can try to scalp gamma on out of the money options, but it's risky. They're very expensive. I mean, even like the 5,900 right now is fucking $10. Not really bullish consolidation here, but maybe possibly weaker and weaker tests of the upside resistance. This needs to get back above 50 to really gain any significant ground. I did get to close my spreads this morning, which was cool. You mean full port $10? Yeah. Yeah, well, times 100. How much data would I need to straddle the SPY for the tariff decisions? Well, the tariff decisions are supposed to come tomorrow, so I feel like that should be the answer. At least through tomorrow. 58.50 was 80 cents this morning. It's not anymore. Heads up, Trump tweeted he's making an announcement tomorrow night. Okay, so then through Wednesday. A little bit of a bounce on Nvidia here. Let's see how NQ's doing. Yeah, NQ's getting a decent bounce on the 15. A little bit of support at the 2,800 level. I'm not so convinced that ES looks bullish though. Maybe. If we can push out above 40, maybe like we could get back up to the delta flip, which is what, 65? Remember, debit spreads on days like this can be advantageous. Hmm. Rejected. Hmm. Let's see here. 59.50 is going to be a bit of resistance to the upside. If we fall back into the delta at 30, yeah, I mean we have a pretty clear path to the downside back to 5900. I don't think it would be that hard to fall through the sold puts there. For now, they're a little supportive, but they need to sell puts higher in order to push this up. Any good earnings to sell CSP on coming up? CrowdStrike CSPs, maybe? I generally don't sell CSPs into earnings because I don't want to own any stocks right now. And selling CSPs into earnings is a great way to end up owning stocks. I mean, I have some like long-term holdings, but they're mostly like utility and energy and stuff like that. Definitely nothing in tech. So I don't think I'd want to sell CSPs on any of the upcoming earnings. Maybe spreads. True, I sold CSPs into Fubo earnings. Now I'm the proud owner of Fubo shares. Didn't you own Fubo shares before? It's a fine strategy. I mean, it's far better to sell the CSPs like 45 days prior to earnings, and then as price rises and IV moves up into earnings, you usually get an exit opportunity before the actual earnings date. Selling them directly into earnings, I mean, the company has to beat, otherwise you're getting assigned. And that's really risky right now. How was Nvidia good? Nvidia opened down after earnings and has only gone down ever since. It sold way out of the money. Oh, okay. So you're just trying to like sell the tails? That's kind of a different strategy. You could use spreads for that too without taking on as much risk, and you'd only reduce your like overall returns by a fraction. That way, if you do sell CSPs on something and it dumps 20%, you don't get completely fucked. I've thought about spreads and probably will when I inevitably get burns. Yeah, it's definitely like a picking up pennies in front of the steamroller kind of strategy. Like, it's great until it isn't. um, Something like that. You could even sell like uh like inverse butterflies or something. And I would say that the returns are probably equivalent. Case in point, BTU. Well, I waited till BTU was under $15 before I started selling $15 CSPs. Do we actually start to get over the gamma flow? Yeah, I mean, if they keep selling puts. So IV's coming down right now. We got like a little bit of bump on IV at the 65 and the 55 strike, so maybe bot calls coming into the upside. I still have 17 CSVs that aren't assigned. Can you roll them at all? Unfortunately, until tariffs are figured out, BTU is probably going to stay in the gutter. I have a lot of them. All right. I mean, 17 wasn't ever like a bad price for BTU. It's spent plenty of time above that. Silver's up a lot today. Oil fell back below 70. I'm still gonna play $70 flip point on oil again. Okay, so the only thing fucking holding this up right now is tech. It's like no breath. Well, dollar is just dumping. Fuck. Correlation turned around after the drop a little bit. Forward yield on volatility is 7.2. It's staying pretty elevated. Yields at the top end of the curve are starting to come down again. 6-month and 2-year are still positive on the day. Jesus. Ooh, VIX correlation jumped up. Interesting. Some short, probably, I mean, in the intraday, it probably just means like a bunch of short vol pulled back, which they probably did with the ISM data drop. I'm all cash right now. I'd love your thoughts on moving it to TLT shares. Jan 26 100 calls. I think the 10-year is likely to go higher before it goes. Or well, I think the 10-year yield is likely to go quite a bit higher. So I'm not sure being long TLT is something I'd want right now. It's bounced back over the last couple of days, but there's really nothing to indicate that rates are going to come down substantially anytime soon. If inflation continues the way it's going, the Fed's going to have to raise rates, which will rocket the yield on the 20. So, um, maybe like a calendar spreads or something. Like you need one of two things if you want to go long TLT here. You either need the market to crash or you need to see inflation coming down. And today's ISM report doesn't make it look like inflation's going anywhere. Yeah, calendar spreads could be a good way to just like get a fixed yield off of TLT while waiting out, a much longer return to mean. Reddit's up 7.34% today. What the fuck is wrong with that stock? Does it just have like no float? Is that what's going on? It's got 109 million shares. It's not very big. $31 billion in market capitalization's fucking nuts, though. Especially on like 400 million in revenue. Yeah, yeah, seasonally. Seasonality doesn't have any like statistical importance though. It's just a bias inducing measurement. If you did calendar spreads on TLT, would you get like 2029 long calls or whatever max data is and use those to sell calls against? I don't know if nah. Would I go 2029? I have some open right now, but they're kind of irrelevant because it's gone up already. Let me see. Price has changed since I entered any. So I would say probably something like this, like oh here, like a diagonal spread. So, under 102, 103 till end of 2026, and then potential to move higher after that. Maybe I'd go like 110. 15? 15's not too bad. Something like that. I mean, you can just do a straight calendar spread. Something like that maybe. But if you're sizing it up, it's nice to have the It's nice to have the credit. Hmm. Did we get some news? U.S. Commerce Secretary Lutnick. Trump will have to decide on tariffs this afternoon to be announced tomorrow. Canada and Mexico have to tackle fentanyl. Canada and Mexico have done a good job on the border. Trump and chipmaker TSMC are expected to announce a $100 billion investment in the United States. Employees must respond to the Doge email reversing earlier position. SEC staff agreed to dismiss its lawsuit against Kraken with prejudice. Zelensky says end of war with Russia is very, very far away. BTU is really cheap right now. I mean, relative to its fundamentals, it's extremely cheap. But there's a lot of risk with tariff decisions. We don't know what's going to happen. I mean, we're going to get heightened demand for coal. But until there's more known about the tariffs and how those tariffs are going to affect China, we're probably not going to see price improvement on BTU. At least nothing significant. Still has strong support at like 13, 14, 15 because people want to buy it at a discount. That's on boycott of American companies spreading from Tesla. That's a thing. I don't think it's a movement that's of significant concern yet, but it could become one. Nobody really had to boycott Tesla. Their sales were already dwindling down to nothing already. He just made it worse. Russia bans the Japanese foreign minister from entry. Weird. Digital assets. Trump faces blowback over plans for crypto reserve. UK's Starmer says Europe's plan for Ukraine includes keeping military aid. So, I mean, it's kind of what I said would happen, right? All the EU governments will just continue giving Zelensky money without the US's assistance. And then, but we're going to use that as an excuse to try to, like, a fairly lame excuse to try to remove ourselves from NATO because we're now a Russian splinter state. Sometimes fiction and reality are pretty close, Bob. We're back to positive gamma here. 70s resistance to the upside. I did have a good weekend. You too, Danimal. All of the mountains in Russia are like in the eastern part of the country where there's fucking nothing. Because it's fucking cold. No, we're running into... There's resistance here. Sarah Palin lives in that part. That makes sense. Aren't there some mountains in the northwest of Russia by Finland? I think there's mountains by like Georgia. There's the Urals, which were kind of wow, kind of the end of Russia. Yeah, I know where they are. They aren't quite the Alps, no. The Urals are kind of out there, yeah. I mean, you get past the Urals and you're in like Siberia. So, yeah, is that the range that's in between like Armenia and Georgia and Russia? Like, I know there's a range that goes from like the Caspian to the Black Sea. Yeah. Oh, okay. Gold card members ski for free. Gap? Hold on. No. Ooh, I want to see something. Hold on. Hold on a second. Did you guys see the new Gamma Strike homepage? What's more probable, Musk to Gitmo or Trump to Siberian Gulag? You for suggesting such a thing. I have lots of MAGA folks in my friends' family circle are convinced we're just writing checks that could have been sent to North Carolina flood victims. And we're not writing checks to them either. Trump's meeting with aides today to discuss canceling Ukrainian funding. Look, it was a binary question. I'm trying to balance out my 2025 bingo card. I'm already on a number of lists. That's fair. It's okay. Elon's gonna delete those lists by accident. We're gonna back out of NATO, aren't we? He's gonna try. Yeah. Because he is inexplicably aligned with a foreign dictator. Poor Reagan. Imagine thinking Wikipedia is the problem with America. Everyone's got their own causes. Didn't USA regret leaving WHO? Bird flu incoming. There's no human to human transmission yet. Or at least if there is, they're not going to tell us about it. Could Tariff Tuesday bring 5,700? Yeah, it's possible. What the fuck? Hmm. Ooh, dump. That's really weird. Oh. I think my dad's gonna sub to GS. When he subs and makes money, how much am I allowed to shitpost that Nuke's Boomer Dad made more money than everyone else? As much as you want. I can't believe Riley is up despite the risks to auto part prices. I think you're thinking of O'Reilly. Riley is a like a hedge fund. It's fucking working. Guys, look at the top right corner. Top left corner. Left corner. So I'm looking at it on OBS. It's flipped. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Is that fucking live? It's better than live, Windmill Willie. It's like 500 milliseconds. The future? That's a stretch. It's still the past. It's just faster in the past. Just wait until they see the next piece. They're gonna need some more diapers. You have fast passed. Yep. When shark fin oohaha to non pigeon whales. Um, Probably not this week, but next. We just need to do some refinement. I think it's working as intended now, but we just need to do a little bit of visual refinement, and then we should be able to start pushing those out. It's both, right? It's next week is shark fin. This week Greeks filter, and I think this weekend Greeks filter. Next weekend shark fin should be the schedule. Actually, if you can make note of that for the front end somewhere, because I'll forget. And I think both of those are gonna get pushed to everybody. Yeah, we do need a release calendar. Me and Dork are gonna sit down and get everything loaded up for scrumming. Have you ever had shark fin soup? Yeah, it's gross. Tastes like Jello. It's like it's just like gelatinous and bland. It's not worth killing sharks for. I say that much. Don't say words like scrum. I feel like I'm at work. When are bulls gonna stop edging themselves and realize today is not the day they can release their gamma? We'll see. I mean, they're incrementally building more support to the downside. I'm not really sure that helps them out much to the upside, but yeah, I could see today getting kind of pinned, waiting on the tariff decision tomorrow. Tomorrow might get pinned too if the tariff decision doesn't come in the early part of the day. And supposedly Trump's doing the announcement tomorrow night, so it may be even today and tomorrow. But that does open up an opportunity to like crush Vol. That's not happening, but lean agile principles. Yeah.
It's just so extremely toxic. All started as a promotional advert where people are dumb and thought it was a delicacy. Shark fin soups existed since like the Ming Dynasty. It's become a bigger problem more recently because the like increased wealth across like the middle and lower classes in China. But it's definitely not a new concept. You don't think people were eating anything they could find 100,000 years ago? I don't think that was 100,000 years ago. I want to get that SPX thing fixed so we can show it off. Fuck yeah. People have been around for 200,000 years. They've been eating shark fin forever. Have we though? It sounds too long. Hmm. Made my 7% for the day. I should probably call it. It's very choppy. Delta flip moving up, indicative of what? That's mostly just flat. It's not moving up. There's a lot of delta at the 59.50 strike. I think that's really all it's indicative of. 30, 25, and 20 still have a lot of sold puts, but they're starting to break down. And if bulls take profit from that position, the downside's going to get a little bit more slippery. This is kind of distributing out, but we haven't gotten like a good bounce on the back end of that distribution. So I feel like maybe they try to push for 60 again. It's not a very much higher low. Couple cents. Wait for a bounce, then perhaps consider downside. Perhaps. Maybe like an ES test at VWAP. Which is around like 59.65. I don't know if it's worth considering that much downside. I mean, unless those sold puts pull back significantly. I mean, they might. They are retreating a little bit right now, but they're not like completely closing out or anything. Apple's had huge news coming this week. Who cares? We're gonna take away the home button on the fucking cheap iPhone. Let's see. Still have some bot puts at 40. There's a synthetic short there. So if we lose 40, let's see. There's bot puts at 30. Sold puts 35, 25, 20, 15. More bot puts at 10. And then bot puts from like 58.95 down to 58.80. Also, bot puts to the upside as well. 50, 55, 65, 70, 75, and 80. So this is a bit rough for bulls. Looks like the repositioning is leaning a little bit bearish. Let me look into the like end of the week. I'll be able to glean some more information about what's going on here. All of those bot puts are 0 GTE? No, but there's some bot calls further out in the week. Like 45, 50, and 70. Sold calls coming in at 59.80. Shitload of sold calls coming in for later in the week at 6,000. Some of those bot puts are for later in the week. There's more. There's a lot more. There's 59, 60, 70, 50, 40, 25, 10, 5900, 58.95. 58.70, 58.65. If we go out and look into Friday, it's fucking just bot puts everywhere. In the money sold calls at 40, 30, 20, and 5,900. Downside sold put support seems to be around, like, significant sold puts are around 58.80, 58.60. But there's in the money sold puts 59.95, 6,000 for later this week. 59.80. Not a lot of them though. Definitely more of the puts are being bought. Hmm. Um, Interesting. There's a lot of repositioning, but it mostly looks like the positioning coming in is bearish right now. Isn't more puts being bought? Same like more puts being sold? No. Only one side of the trade is assumed to be delta neutral. No, I have tools that make assumptions that determine pot sold. What's up, Nick? So I need everyone to grab a drink and fasten their seatbelts. Oh boy. I just juiced the fuck out of this. But I've been drinking. Dude, it's only 11 o'clock. As if we aren't sitting down already. Hmm. I'm laid off. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Alright, let me know. 7 minutes is a long time to sit down. Now I want to stand. Oh no, it's amazing. Hmm. Well then, congratulations. What's up, Poopy? I'm trying to get unemployed, but Kirk won't let me quit. Can you have AI write "This land is your land," but with Russian regions for the song? Jesus Christ. No, it's not very good at doing that. I could, but it's a big pain in the ass. Actually, is "This land is your land" open source? I might be able to. Join the stream for the first time, and it's Russian propaganda music. Hey, listen, we're just trying to get ready. Damn, that was a great entry. I just wanted to brag about it. Look at that shit. That was fun. Not bad for one candle. GS is the shit. I played calls on that and used Delta Flip as an exit. Nice. I did show you the entry.
Damn. Too slow. And Q slipping 29. Support at 30. But also maybe not enough. Downside range of this is probably about 20. Hmm. AV starts to tick up on a failure, like on a drop to 35, and that goes up a lot on a test of 30. 30, 25, 20 is big spike in IV. So I think bulls need to save it here if they can. Uh, Dangerous. Apple's only down 21 basis points. Mm. Weak support at 35. That's not good. Well, it's bearish. There's still a gap from Friday down at like 59.18. Yeah, 59.16-ish is probably a little bit supportive here. Doesn't seem like they're selling the 30, 25, or 20 right now very heavily. Are we looking at the same NQ? Yeah, I already saw the GDP now. Talked about it on Friday. Oh, nice. Negative 2.8% for today's update. Beautiful. Yeah. Just another 1.3% on Friday's negative 1.5%. It's almost like today's ISM data was very concerning. What time did they update that? Do I need to download their Economy Now app? Fucking. Why is the Atlanta Fed trying to encroach on Gamma Strike? Wow, seems bullish. But this quarter's growth being at negative 2.8%. It's nothing more bullish than negative growth rates when everything's overvalued. Look at my put. Doing work. NQ's selling off. Ooh, maybe new intraday low. Got a nice setup for it.
So failure at 27 here is like the bigger uptick in vol. This is where vol starts moving up a little more quickly. I mean, this should be where bulls try to defend. Otherwise, their short puts are in danger. But there are bot puts at 25, which could be a problem for them. We got a pretty clean rise in implied vol all the way down to like 5,900, and it looks like 58.95, 58.90 puts are being bought also. So we're getting further out of the money bot puts. I wonder if I could just sit in this shit all day. Yeah, probably. I keep making 800, $1,000 a day, like a real trader, not just guessing. It feels so weird. You could have had Gamma Strike all this time if you weren't such a cheap fuck. Think how many more days you would have had. I didn't have live data. The live data was been out for the beta for like months. I wasn't ready. Yeah, this doesn't seem to be slowing down the march up in vol. There's a little bit of shorting there, but I don't think it did enough. I wonder if 25 is going to be a little bit supportive just by nature of the bot puts. Probably not that supportive. See if 30x is resistance to the upside. Well, it looks like bulls tried and they're getting fucked. So that's probably not going to be great for them. If we slip below the bot puts at 25, 20 is the only thing standing in our way from a 5,900 test. And I don't think that's all that substantial. Yes, I would like to go $30 in the money on my put. How did you know? Shrinking growth and carry trade collapsing at the same time. Yeah, it's a terrible, horrible situation. It's almost like shorting the tails is really risky. How does it show intraday volatility ramps? I mean, you can see where IV moves up at each strike as the curve moves higher. I mean, it'll normalize to spot as those levels go in the money, but it's pretty fucking. You see how the direction is up, AJ? Stop asking me questions about Gamma Strike. You haven't even bought it yet, you son of a bitch. I showed you the charts, Popcorn. Housing's already going chicka boom. Chicka boom. Hey, Nuke. Is Gamma Strike for sale? Yeah, it's we did like a soft launch for the pickle jar, so it's like open to billionaires. Not but like big no, but like bigly. Mm. Hmm. More like open to millionaires. Ha. How do I become a minority shareholder in Gamma Strike? You can't. What if I told you I already have GS? Oh, then don't talk to me anymore. You said you wouldn't ask me any more questions once you had Gamma Strike. Green dot's locked and loaded? Oh shit. Oh, fuck, Nick. It's doing things. Guys, look. Yeah, the watermark's just kind of fucked up on here. Retest at 35. A little bit of a vol short.
Hmm. Rejected. Hmm. NQ's retesting view up. ES got back above 48. Hmm. A little bit of resistance here. Hmm. Q might be getting rejected off of you up. Maybe, maybe not. Hmm. 5932 test. Hmm. $730. If the positive gamma here is lost, it's pretty bad. So far, they're kind of holding on to it. The ES isn't getting any volume to the upside yet, so somebody's got to come in and buy more. What's NQ doing? Yeah, NQ's falling back below VWAP again. Hmm. Ball spiked a little. 37 and 33 are still a little bit important. Do you guys see the live price in the corner in real time? Yeah, slipping positive gamma. Vol's higher this time too. Yours won't do that yet. Hmm. You must have the VWAP test on yes. So a couple dollars short. Hmm. Bought puts of 50. Bearish consolidation on EOS. Hmm.
Looks like there's some profit taking on the sold puts again. Still a synthetic short at 59.40. And one at 50. Short puts at 35 and 25. So 25 flipped. Hmm. I think this fails. Higher lows, lower highs. A lot of chop, but it's not really gaining any ground. Yes, it's starting to get pretty close to the VWAP test. Still just falling short by like $1. What's NQ doing? NQ's testing VWAP again. The fourth test. Failed. Yes, finally got a decent rejection. This fucking chop is insanely wide.
Yes, tested view up. Delta flip. Hmm. Let's see what happens with profit taking here, I guess. Camel flip staying pretty flat. Holy shit, this is so grindy. What's the range? Up to 60? Bigger resistance is 60. But I feel like 60, if we break out above this, we're probably gonna push up to 70. I still think there's a distinct possibility that they can rug pull themselves here on profit taking. And if we start to drop, I mean, it kind of just cascades down again. Looks like the 30 puts being bought back a little bit.
Either bought or bought back. Gamma falls off pretty sharply under 50, and then it's kind of like a slow grind back down to 30 where it bottoms. 30 or 20 where it bottoms. Mm, 55 is also resistance, so it's like NQ still kind of leading the way, which makes it a little hard to track on SPX options alone. But they've almost got VIX back to 20. NQ got like just a little bit of padding above VWAP. ES is still basically right at VWAP. Testing the 65 level. 64.75. ES back below VWAP. And now back above it. Why green dot if SPX red? It means the live data's working. If the feed gets disrupted, it should turn red. It seems like it's about to rip. Yeah, it's kind of a binary outcome from this resistance. It's either going to rip or dump. Lost 50. Vol moves up at every strike to the downside, so the further this slips, the more dangerous it gets. 47 is important, 42, 37, and 33. 32, 33. If zero GT wasn't so expensive, would you strangle this? No, I'd probably just pick a direction and set a stop, which is what I've already done. NQ's starting to fail VWAP. Needs to lose 29 to confirm. 20,900. Hmm. Somebody's buying the 50 put. Someone's selling the 60. 40, 30 puts starting to tick up a little bit. Yeah, things start to slide the other way pretty quick if we lose 47. Also, downside momentum will pick up as gamma falls off. There might be support at the gamma flip though, around like 42. Cause the delta flip on intraday becomes supportive. It should, yeah. A little bit. I mean, the further above delta flip you get, the more supportive the delta becomes. Hmm. NQ's starting to lose VWAP a little bit. God, this is so flat. Like on futures, you're just like not fucking doing anything. Volume's dried up. Yeah. It doesn't seem like they're finding buyers higher. There goes 47. Hey, do it. I still think 42 is kind of important here. But the downtick's driving out some of the support. Looks like this pump's starting to distribute out a bit. MQ's moving down to retest 2900. If it loses 2900, then it kind of goes into a free fall again. Vol's turning up. See, that's what's going to put pressure on 42 is that volatility picks up a bunch under 45. Which we just lost. When the video drops below 100, do you think Jensen will still wear the pleather pants out in public? He'll just stick an extra tube sock in there to bolster his package. I want hedge funds to start going with memeier names, like little boofy boys. I'm getting battered by this chop. That's annoying, admittedly. So we did get a little bit of support at the gamma flip, but it doesn't look like very much. The 50 put's still being bought pretty heavily. 40 and 30 are going up. It looks like the 60 sold puts are pulling back. So 50 might be a bigger resistance this time. And then same thing. Lose 47, lose 42. Is what matters. Stop head and shoulders. Not quite. Anything coming up here? Fed Muslim restricted monetary policy is still needed to ensure inflation returns to 2%. Patient approach to policy will help Fed's goals sustain economic growth. Outlook is for continued solid economic growth, but recent consumer and housing data pose some downside risk. Hmm. Bigger, bigger profit taking on the high there. That is a actual gap. No, they've been pulling back the sold puts at 60 this whole time, so I assume they're just retreating their positioning down to like 2030. Um, but some of the like 20, 25, 30 sold puts are also closing. So I'm not really sure their bulls are too confident right now. I mean, they might have pumped a little bit for the auctions, but those didn't really move anything significantly. They've got the uptick in volatility to the downside trimmed a little bit now. So vol doesn't move up as fast at 40 and 35. Well, at 40 and 45, I guess. But it moves up really fast under 40. So if we lose the gamma flip, it's still going to see like a spike in vol. ES got rejected. It's failing its bearish consolidation. NQ too. NQ hasn't lost 2,900 yet, though. Puts her pricing up pretty quickly. There's the 42 test. Let's see if we just smash through the gamma flip here. Yep. Oh. Gamma flip's 59, 43.90 now. There's 40. And then vol's pushing up. So volatility will start to pick up more here. This is really where bulls need to defend if they're going to defend it. I'm not sure they will. But gamma falls off pretty steeply to the downside. And then that'll open up 20 also if we test 30. Because the gamma will pick up relative to the move down. So see if the retest of the flip rejects. We did leave a gap to the upside, which should be some concern, maybe. NQ got down to 28,881. Yeah, I think this probably just sells back off again, to be honest. A little bit of support at 40. 40 is a synthetic short. Which is probably why the ball picks up so much underneath it. It's like 35 puts being bought or bought back. Some of the out of the money shit too. 10, 5,900. What's the downside for the MM's expected move for today? 59.13. We've come pretty close to it a couple of times. It looks like the Qs are giving up 2,900. Not very quickly, but still losing ground. I don't know. I mean, yeah, 5,900 is not impossible, but it's not. I wouldn't say anything locally would confirm a test of that. If we lost 20, then yeah, that's possible. But I think losing 40 really only opens up like a 30 or 30 to 20 test at most. And then we'll see how things reposition, but I would expect some support at 20 at least. 25, 20, where we largely where we got it last time. We might get a lower low. And then it's a momentum, like it's like the test of 20 is both like a momentum and a repositioning question. So like if the short puts start closing as price moves down, then the range to the downside will get broader. We still need to lose the fucking gamma flip here. We bounced and got rejected, which is a good sign for continuation, but we need a lower low. So we need to break below 40. Probably need to lose like 38 or 37. Wish AJ got whatever Bruce Willis has. I said 20, not 5,900 to confirm 5,900. I said 5,920 to confirm 5,900. Don't be obtuse. What's up, Nick? Ooh. Give me a minute. There we go. Squeeze all the short puts. Woo!
Good stuff.
Straight to 20? Maybe. 25-20 would be where we would probably find support. Like the prior low. But we have a lot of momentum here, and Vol's picking up really fast. So we might get a lower low. And then if we get a lower low that's substantially lower, we could just bust through the sold puts at 20 and keep going down. So that's a distinct possibility. If 2020 breaks, like 2017 or 17 or 1817 is lost, we could go all the way down to 5900. So we'll see how it goes. Bulls might try to support this, but it's really dangerous. Also, bot puts coming in at 15 and 10. So the bears are being pretty aggressive with the drop. Rejection here at 33 for a continuation. That's gonna slow down the momentum. This NQ keeps selling off really hard. Rejecting a little. Nope. Maybe. What's ES doing? Futures both kind of look like shit. So maybe just ignore the bounce on SPX.
I am worried about NQ though. Unless it gets a lower low. The fuck is that? 58 or 20, 28, 21, 50? How the fuck is that supportive? Things will get grindier anyway because there's less gamma that's gonna fall off. But IV picks up, so you get Vana up, but gamma's kind of flat. What did I say the downside expected move was? 59.13? That doesn't seem unreasonable. I almost tested it earlier. $23.75 is the low. Someone's still buying the 15 and 10 put and the 85 and 80. 885 and 880. Some sold puts at 25. But sold calls too. NQ does not look good. It got a new low. ES also kind of looks like shit. Although I think for ES the failure at like 59, 34, 50 is more important than the local like the prior candle low. Yeah, ES is still selling off a little. Double gaps to the upside. Yeah. There's still delta to the downside here too, so Vana picks up a little bit under 25 and then a bunch at 20.
Remember, when we get below that expected move, the vol becomes more attractive to short on the intraday. So like under 59.13, we could see bulls try to turn this around really hard. Getting very close to. There are bot puts here at 15 and 10. It makes more sense to probably try to turn it around at 5,900 or just under 5,900. Because that's where the majority of the longer dated slow put positioning is. VIX at 21. A little bit of delta here at 10. Oh no. God damn it. Alright, whatever. That's fine. I wouldn't have held my puts for the 59.30 retest if I didn't have Gamma Strike. Turned a bad position into a profitable one. Yeah, I had about a 30 or 40% drawdown on those too, but it worked out. I made like, what, 3 grand on this. What was the other one I had today? Didn't I have another one? Oh yeah, the 55 put. I made like 400 on or something. 1560, yeah, 400, 420. Nice. Yeah, a little bit of delta here is resistive at 59.10, but if it's lost, 5,900. So there's still another leg down in this. Potentially. Got a price target of 59.10 from the data I saw. I closed out at 59.30. Missed out on a lot profit not trusting the data. Yeah. I had a lower target, but I was still just gonna. I didn't mean to stop out of the last one. I was trying to move the stop and I just got bumped, so. What's up, Dork? How we doing? Pretty good. Up a lot today. I got out of my over the weekend spreads without getting fucked, and the market dropped, so. Gamma Strike is nice. I know. Is this OPEC news? No. I mean, there might have been some news, but the sell-off was like mechanical. Bulls rugged themselves. Hmm. Fun. So they're going to proceed with output hikes past April. Yeah, I don't think that's particularly bearish for equities, but not good for oil, obviously. Oil gonna do some dumpies. Is it a good idea to buy positions for a continuation? We're past the 2 standard VWAP line. Gross. I mean, we failed the breakout from the downtrend. I think that's probably far more of a like a far more important indicator. This is technical support, and still an inverse head and shoulders on the daily. So I would be careful buying puts here. Maybe if I was getting something out of the money, like target a new low, but I wouldn't want to target anything at the money because it's overpriced. I said not. Thumb not to buy positions for a continuation when we're past the 2 standard VWAP line. Hmm. Yeah, I mean what I stand says, but just what I said stands, but it's just sure. Fuck, I made a lot of money today. Not like shirt off money, but playing this market like a fiddle. I picked up 70K on the spreads, 35K on my straddle, and I haven't even closed the put side yet. I even made like fucking 4 grand bullshitting around in the stream account. How degen were those put spreads? They were 59.25, 59.75s that expired today. They weren't super degenerate. I had to buy them because Friday I had puts, but I got an opportunity to close my puts when fucking Trump decided to get in a screaming match with JD Vance against Zelensky. Um, and so I ended up closing out the longer dated puts, but I still had the hedge to the upside. The bullshitting stream account is real life to the pickle jar. I can put it back at $1,000 again. Let's see. In the last 2 weeks, I got the cash account from 1,300 to 12,100. So not bad. Most of that was like Friday and today, to be honest. Just helped me correct my mistakes on Friday. I didn't set stops on time. I think I'm starting to get the hang of it. Nice. So you did it in 2 trading days? No, I picked up like 2K on last Tuesday. And I think I made like a grand or two on Thursday. Or like 1,500 on Thursday. And then everything else was yesterday and today, or Friday and today. Can you do 10K to 100K? I promise I won't copy. That's far harder to do than 1,000 to 10,000. We'll see. Ask me where it's at in like 2 weeks. 2 to 20,000 without spreads. I need to calm down. I just did 1,300 to 12,000 with directional plays. Super, which is already super risky. I've gotten this account to $10,000 so many fucking times. I did, what was it? Jan or was it December? I don't remember when I did 1K to 20K
in my jog law if we
in
don't show
3
this
days.
green dot in chopping off 3.
And just like that, this was the most profitable day of the year. Thanks again, Girth. I hope you have a great weekend. Thanks, Tim. Congratulations, man. It sounds like you're killing it. Poured up 200. Wait, hold on. Oh, wait, that's old. Hold on. What the fuck? Oh, it got censored. Oh, it was Nuke. What's up, Nuke? Y'all getting more of them collar rolls? Are you trying to say that you have too many out of the way calls? Green dot. If we don't show this green dot, I'm chopping my dick off. Alright, alright, alright. I'm out of everything now, so I can fuck with it. Yeah, so it's not just SPX, right? It's like, look, we've got streaming pricing, NVIDIA, Apple, GME, SPY, QQQ, IWM. It's working. We don't have ES data. CME is a whole fucking beast of its own. That's gonna be a while. I mean, directional moves have had a lot of continuation because volatility is high, so that's pretty normal. There's the 5,900 test. I'm gonna go lower. 5,880. Someone's buying 75 puts. Gamma to the downside's filling in too. We might just dump more here. Should have held my fucking puts until like end of day. Jesus Christ. Sometimes you've just got to toe ring shit, I guess. A green dot? Prices are wrong there. Yeah, we gotta fix that. But the price is right. The percentage change is wrong. But this is shit that's not even released yet. Don't worry, when we release it, it won't be. Options port's up 150% in 6 days since going Gamma Strike. Nice, man. Imagine options data that actually earns people money. I've seen toe rings get rewarded more than not this week. Yeah, it's crazy. As the control group, I'm up a similar amount without Gamma Strike. Wait, are you really without Gamma Strike? Because I could just do this, Drake, and we can find out. I'm not sure you're in good control. I'm scared to get Gamma Strike because then you'll know my name and address and be able to find my next girlfriend. It's true. You're not wrong. I was doing that Friday and I lost 7K. Individual results may vary. Imagine getting shut down by the SEC because you're helping retail make money because it's illegal. The SEC is going to get shut down before we do. Elon Musk predicts Tesla profits to increase 10x in 5 years. That's pretty easy when you're making negative profits, right? Yep, it is. Just 10 times less negative. Also, it's really easy if you can funnel all of the government money into your company. All I know is every month I've been transferring money from my DGen account to my long-term holdings. That's fucking awesome. Did GS donate $1 million to the Trump campaign to secure profits? No. SRF big F. Yeah, I mean, energy commodities are just getting slapped right now. You can transfer funds out. Yeah, that's what you do with your profits. Maybe GS should start giving speaking fees. We're a long way from that. We're just a little baby. Little baby company. I'll do a speech. $50. You're not the Fed chair. All I've done is transfer my funds to the market maker fund. Oh, God. Fine, I'll shower some praise as well. I haven't funded my options account in 6 months, and it's gone up 100% in that time. That's awesome. I think a lot of you are also just like getting to the point where you're getting over the hump a bit and becoming actually better traders. Those of you that are left that didn't scrub out. No? All right, never mind. Oh, me. 5 years, lots of losses, or Gamma Strike. Either way, I'm happy. Awesome, man. I love when you talk about me. Where's the bottom here? I mean, 58, 80, 85. We already kind of got like an 88 test. Bulls are definitely incentivized to sell puts here. But maybe they're just scared. ES is still kind of selling off, and Vol's like the increase in Vol isn't really slowing down. If we lose 85, Vol's gonna start ticking up really sharply again, which could carry it further. I've still got my straddle puts open at 59.50. Do you want to sell puts into tariff news? Sounds like a bad idea. It's dangerous. But you know what else is dangerous? Blowing the fuck up. The GS roundtable discussions I've listened to and the hot tub stream, I've learned a ton. I just wish I could attend the roundtables live. Well, are you in EU? Is that why? Because they're way late for people in the EU, or very early in the morning. What expiry did you use for the weekend straddle? Friday? Yeah. All your other sold puts go in the money. Yeah. Yeah. I'm a federal employee. I'm not sure if I should hang around for Elon to fire me or switch to private sector on the precipice of a recession. Am dead. That's fucking tough, man. I would be looking for a job, at least. Like, I would be lining up interviews and shit to have, a backup plan. But I would also definitely want to get fired for the payout. Honestly, I really do zero DTs now, mostly straddles. Same, yeah. I stopped doing like heavy zero DTs a while back. The straddles were just too juicy. Especially like 2023, 24, when Vol was just getting shorted into the dirt. Give me that juicy severance. Gimme. Not you, but it's my kid's bedtime on the West Coast. GS is going to help me get a full-time nanny so I can attend. But at that point, it'll be too late. Maybe, yeah. I mean, if you've got a question for me, and you really can't make it, just DM me your question before the roundtable, and we'll cover them. That's not an open invitation for everyone to just DM me all their questions, by the way. But if you really can't make it and you can't attend, sure. I've been laid off for 3 months now, and you're my backup plan, Gherk. That's terrible. That's not alright. Gherk yellow line. I know. How's LMT doing? Ah, son of a bitch. Hmm. Stupid WeBull. Gets back above 5,900, it can move. Have they just removed their fucking customer service thing? Probably. Fuckers. I don't know about Dion. Tariffs are supposed to be announced tomorrow. Buying calls here, big regret. I'm not buying this bounce. Yeah, I wouldn't go long unless we got like over 59.05. Okay, I'm pretty sure that they've entirely removed customer service from WeBull. Fantastic. Over 59.05. Might get rejected. Seriously, what the actual fuck? Nah, whatever. If you want to take an account to 10K with one specific strategy, what would you start? 2 or 3K? I mean, the more you have, the easier it is. If I'm trying really, really hard, I can usually get like 1,000 to 10,000 before blowing up. Like 8 or 9 out of 10 tries. 2,000's a little easier. I can turn 15K to 10K. It's not that hard. We've seen Greg average down until his position is profitable many times, but you can't do that when you're at $1,000. You need a lot more. How bearish is that rejection? Could be significant. I don't know. I mean, if we hold here, bulls could start leveraging up 5,900 to the upside. Remember, I said that if we fell below the MM's expected move, it was going to be very attractive to start selling the 0 DTE puts, and like that's kind of where we're at right now. Like if you look at vol's coming down really hard, so they're trying to turn this around and protect the 5,900 level, which makes sense. Um, they might fail. Like we could very easily just get stuck to 5,900 for the rest of the day. It's the negative gamma there is deep. It's like negative 20 billion. But it also means like upside moves are going to be really violent because it goes from negative 20 billion at 5,900 to negative 4 billion at 5,905. That's why that candle broke out so hard. But I mean, it's still a lower high. And under 5,900 still doesn't have a ton of support. Averaging down till green. Another thing where being rich is helpful. Whenever you want your positional risk to be 1 to 1.5% of the port on a single position has been perfect for me. 5K account now. Nice. With how underwater this is in negative gamma, I just want to play the upside with how easy it can reject. I mean, you could confirm the move to the upside. It's just we have to move like substantially higher than where we are now. Is it the anti-saddle? The void? Yeah. What's up, Popcorn? Positional risk at 1 to 1.5%. Gherk, you know that's not what the pickle jar is about. I mean, with $1,000 contract and VIX below, like with $1,000 and VIX below 13, you can kind of get away with, like, if you went on a couple trades in a row, you can start to like scale up from there. But scalping's still limited. Like you can only go so high before it kind of turns into dog shit. Agricultural tariffs go into effect April 2nd. No, reciprocal tariffs April 2nd. Trump said AG's gonna sell a lot domestically. This motherfucker, Jesus fucking Christ. To the great farmers of the United States, get ready to start making a lot of agricultural product to be sold inside of the United States. Tariffs will go on external product April 2nd. Have fun. Jesus fucking Christ. Sounds like we need to get fatter, Poopy. Paper trading, I've done 500 to 20K like 3 times in the past couple of months. Before that was 1K to 20K. And that took a couple weeks. I'm afraid when I put real cash in, the vol will stop. I mean, there's only one way to test your consistency in paper trading. But if you are consistent in paper trading, then, you know, it's probably time to start considering taking real risk. I mean, 1K to 10K looks really impressive, but I'm just doing it on SPX, which is kind of like cheating. If you're really trying to, like, because I just, it's just max risk. Like, I don't give a shit if I lose $1,000. So while it looks really cool, it's just risky. Okay, do I DM you my wife's email? Oh, that's right. Your wife still banning you from trading? You need to show her a statistical breakdown of your success in paper trading. Y'all also have to realize that Gherkin's been doing this for a long time. Yeah, it's also my job. So but trading $1,000 when it means nothing and trading $1,000 when it's all you've got are very, very, very different psychologically. If you've been here since the beginning, it's about time you went live now. You think there's people that are still just paper trading that have been here since the beginning? I don't think so. Everyone in here is a fucking degenerate. Might be they're going live on their like 30th port. Don't cut me like that. Joke's on you. I went live before I considered paper trading. 33 months. Wow. I think I've learned enough to finally stop paper trading. It's time to go live. Best of luck to you, Brett. 33rd account, too. I'm a degenerate and I'm proud. Well, when your life savings is your port every time, yeah. Paper trading equals high earner wife's money. I'm still on port number 1. Don't let me in with those degens. I'm one of the classy ones. Nice. I have to work in office 2 days a week and don't have access to trading. Because of it, I feel like my windows for opportunity are limited, and I have to be more careful with my risk. Yes, that's accurate. You do. You probably also need to look on like longer time horizons. Over 3 years of losing money, I think it's finally time to paper trade. Wait, you just made money. I thought you were break even after the Carvana short on your losses. Can we take a poll? Ask people, do you have to pay taxes on your port, or do you still have write-offs? Let's not add insult to injury, all right, Poopy? I'm still on port number 1. I just got kicked in the face by GME. Well, me, but GME. I mean, GME wasn't so bad. I made money on it. I can't complain. It's just fucking what a waste of time. I owe GME for a significant chunk of the money that I've made since GME. Yeah, I don't know RC anything. It's not like he helped. Port number 1 was many, many years ago for me. I know, Pickle Morty. I know. Would you believe me if I told you the Fidelity app gets badder on the daily? You mean worse? Without Jimmy, would you have stumbled into GS still? I don't know. Probably not. I would have just hogged all the alpha for myself. Nice try, Kiko. I may be on port number 30 or so, but it could also be considered one big port, so I'm on port number 1 too. Excellent. I think they mean batter, as in slang for cooler. The Fidelity app's gotten cooler? Looks the fucking same to me. 90% of your port at one point was GME. I know. I made a lot of money on covered calls. Would you have even developed that alpha, though? I assume so, but slower, since you started going deep into options on GME before SPX options drove the market. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there was stuff that we developed on GME. There's been stuff that we've developed on SPX, but yeah, I mean, we never would have started developing any of that shit if it weren't for GME. I wouldn't have met Dork or JFresh. We wouldn't have decided to build degenerate shit. No, no one cares about GME anymore. They're not worth tormenting. It's just sad. They've held a stock for 4 years and they're like not even at break even. I could have lived without the collaboration streams. Are there any decent alternatives to XSP that also cash settle? No. You could trade like options on MES, but those are riskier. What do you think GME will do with their cash? I don't know. Based on Ryan Cohen's track record, I assume the stupidest thing possible. They had a chance to get out at 75.80 not that long ago. Yeah. Yeah, they did. But do you think they did? I don't think so. I think largely they didn't. And was that any better than just like getting out in like March of 2022? Not really. It was about the same. Or November of 21. Surfer popped a little. Alright. What's the yellow line on your GS? Just ignore it. It's like a tool we built that doesn't work and we need to fix it. I got out of the little bit I had left at 70 and it felt so good. Don't make the baggies feel bad, Greg. You once had Jenkos. I know. If you started having nightmare visions upon moving into a new house, would you move or would you assume the curse was upon you specifically and the house was unrelated? I don't know. I don't really. Uh, I mean, it's probably you. No, the line's not even pinned to the chart. Look. See, it just moves. It's not like a support resistance. I just have it. I just have it there. I can move the chart up, and then it's below spot. Like it's not like these. It's not in a fixed position. I remember the moment Revlon froze pending news and chat was going nuts. I should have just taken my 100K from that and walked away. So you can control the price action. Brilliant. I could have used a GS camo hat. Oh, so you could hide? I lost money on Revlon despite making 2,000% on a put. Hmm. Revlon was fucking awesome, but the idea of I don't know. I still think it shouldn't have been delisted, but what are you gonna do? What on Bobby? No, we're not bullish on Revlon. Bobby was a good one. Upstart was amazing. I made so much fucking money on Upstart. Upstart and Upstart and you know what? I think my highest value trade in the last 3 years is still the pimento. No, not EPAM. I made good money on EPAM, but not EPAM. We're reminiscing how much of a genius you are, just a little bit. Bobby Rev and SST are my biggest unrealized profits ever. If only it went the other way on those, I'd have that yacht. Yeah. Spurt. Ah, damn, you've been here forever, man. Fuck, Spurt was like. I remember when people were like calling me a shill because I pointed out Spurt and like I was only supposed to be talking about GME and I was trying to distract people. That was the moment when Superstock first started hating me. Spurt was July, August 2021. Yeah, no. Be honest, how much did Kenny give you for Spurt to go from $5 to 50? Nothing. Who graduated from the highest US ranking college between you, JFresh, and Doric? I think it depends on in what area. Because I think where JFresh went to school is like top ranked for what he does. I got my GED from a homeless guy. We all know Dork didn't graduate culinary school yet. My biggest failure was not just securing that Trader Joe's deal back when you interviewed people. They didn't get Pickles picks. uh, should have made the Trader Joe's deal. What point do you pay for Dork to go to culinary school? Whenever he wants. I too finished all the courses in School of Stock. I got expelled from Trump U. Awful lot of trouble getting 5910 back. Yeah, it's proven out to be a pretty strong resistance. I don't even, I mean, I guess you confirm above 15 when the vol starts to fall off more sharply. But we're gonna keep just falling back into this fucking hole at 5,900. What do you even have in your port in these Trumpian times? I have a bunch of my like long-term dividend stuff. Let's see. I have a lot of like TLT calendar spreads, which I need to close soon. What else? I have like energy utilities, long yen. I have a little bit of exposure to Brazil, like infrastructure and commodities. Um, I only have exposure to like one Japanese company. Although, if Nikkei tanked, I would probably pick up some stuff. It's mostly it. Yeah, T. I mean, it's utilities, right? T's basically a utility. T is a great stock. You're only saying that because it was a pickles pick at like fucking $15. But I'm low T. Whoa, whoa, what? What? What is it? I'm in T at 1237 thanks to Gherkin. Nice, man. The fucking dividend's sweet, especially if your cost basis is that low. Yeah, but you're an idiot, AJ. I must have missed that one. Really? How did you miss AT&T? fucking talked about it for like months. I guess it was old. I guess it was kind of a long time ago, right? It was back when it was like back in like what 2021 or 22. For starters, their ticker isn't AT&T. Is the negative Vana representative of the range that is difficult to get out of / push through? Like over here? Yeah, a bit. I mean, because Vol doesn't really like. We need to get out above like 59, 10, 15 for the volatility to start like falling off a little on each strike. So yeah, I mean that negative Vana is definitely kind of hard to push through to the upside. We could fall to the middle of it though, which would be like 10 to 20. The problem is if we fall any more to the downside, Vaughn is going to pick up again, and we can push out to like 80 or 70. And then all of the delta is just here, right? So like there's no big gains in delta up or down. Like you got to get out over like 20 or 30 for delta to start picking up to the upside. And then, gamma to the upside's like really low. Most of the gamma here, at least close to spot, is still to the downside. And so you keep getting sucked back into the like where all the positioning is at 5,900. Why do I remember AT&T? I wasn't here. Pretty sure C-Mill was. C-Mill probably owns AT&T. Yeah, it's just kept growing. I mean, I turned off drip a while back, but the yield's nice. And it pays out pretty regularly. I was here for tea. Nice. I sold AT&T at some point when my port was struggling. Oh. You also missed my entire line of pangolin questioning, and I think it was intentional. It wasn't. When will the Fed start firing people in order to decrease inflation? If you were made of bricks, would you want to be a cinder block or classic brick? Oh wait, hold on. Dual wield something cool. If you were a pangolin warrior, what weapons would you use? Viruses. Do you see any reason to hold AMKBY past the dividend on 320? I should probably look at that. I don't know. Sure. It's the special dividend, right? I mean, their dividend's still great. It fell a bit. But generally, as their dividend drops off, I mean, their earnings have been improving pretty substantially, which is why I bought it in the first place. I still have some of my position from before. Oh, I should have seen that coming. Yeah. You could dual wield them though, so you weren't wrong about that. No positioning building out of the money like on Friday. Why would today be a repeat of Friday? There's no collar roll today. No, I have no interest in buying back into TCPC. I only held it for a little while in lieu of treasuries because I didn't want to buy treasuries at the time. But I wanted to keep making a dividend that was commensurate. TCPC is a BlackRock fund. Do you guys remember SSSS? Like Suro Capital? Oh my god. You just brought it up, Poopy. That shit's up like 100% since it was a Pickles pick. Are Delta and Gamma Flip gonna cross again? Maybe. Yeah. If we lose like 59.90 to the downside, they probably will. No, Rally was too high risk to be a Pickles pick. We talked about it a bunch on the stream. What happens when they cross? I mean, it's not what happens when they cross. They don't cross in advance of price action. They just cross when price continues to drop. So it's you've got the cause and effect backwards. Price dropping causes them to cross. Them crossing does not cause price to drop. Yeah, I'm out of Riley too. But I might get back in if it pulls back to like 5. It's a bearish signal because it means like the intraday delta has dropped substantially. What does it signify mechanically about the underlying's behavior? That the price has fallen below the intraday sold puts, basically. Right. So the supportive gamma from the sold puts has been crushed by and that delta has gone in the money. But when that delta goes in the money, that's when charm gets really nasty. So if they're crossed over, the weight of that in the money put delta is pressuring price down into end of day. So when they cross is really significant too. Like if it's in the last hour of trading, that's really, really bad. Hey Greek, is this bearish? Also, is a Fed a bank? Lastly, bips, 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 bips. Nice, Dork. You got him. What's the significance of spot being above or below the yellow Gex line? Which yellow Gex line? Are you talking about the line on the chart? The, like, mustard colored one? That's not here. Now spot's above it. That's not a real line. Like, just ignore it. It's not sorcery. God damn it. Alright, we're going back to the fucking other version. So I don't have to keep explaining that that line's meaningless. Should I just put a random line generator in dev or what? People will trade it if you do. Some algo that draws dicks on the chart all day. Yeah, but are they up or down dicks, Nuke? Nothing but flaccid dicks. This is the most exciting head and shoulders formation ever. Hmm. Fucked on that arm. Let's see the markets right now. Is there something more satisfying in your opinion than seeing Tesla down 41% from its yearly peak? No, it's completely justified. It should be down another 50% from where it's at. No, just a regular Head and Shoulders. There's still bot puts at 59, 10, and 15, and there's bot puts at 58.95 too. They're selling a lot of puts at 5,900, but that's really just stabilizing price. It's not helping push it up. Is Elon gonna pump Dogecoin? Why would he? He doesn't own any of it anymore. I'm hungry. I'll be right back. Oh, look, I missed nothing. Oh, we dropped to 75. Ouch. Let me get margin called. I don't have anything open. Trump announced massive TSMC investments. Wasn't that this morning? Oh, Trump's talking shit about Ukraine. Trump said 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico to start Tuesday. Reciprocal tariffs April 2nd. Trump administration has stopped financing new weapon sales to Ukraine, is considering freezing weapon shipments from U.S. stockpiles. This is awkward.
Four prime ministers and five presidents called me over the last 2 days, and they want to work it out. They want to get it worked out. And I think they're also, they're talking money, but the money is less important than the deaths. We're talking thousands of young people a week. And people would say, why do I care about Ukraine, young people? Why do I care about, and not all young, but they're pretty young. Ukraine is running a little bit low, and they're getting older. They're recruiting older people. It's a very, very sad thing that's happening over there, and we want to get it finished. We want to stop the death.
On the tariffs, is there any room left for Canada and Mexico to make a deal before midnight? And should we expect those Chinese tariffs, the extra 10%, to take effect?
No room left for Mexico or for Canada. No, the tariffs, they're all set. They go into effect tomorrow.
Mr. President, just to follow up on my colleague's question.
And just so you understand, vast amounts of fentanyl have poured into our country from Mexico. And as you know, also from China, where it goes to Mexico and goes to Canada. And China also had an additional 10, so it's 10 plus 10. And it comes in from Canada and it comes in from Mexico. And that's a very important thing to say. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Have you decided if you're going to suspend military aid to Ukraine? Have you made that decision?
Well, I haven't even talked about that right now. I mean, right now, we'll see what happens. A lot of things are happening right now as we speak. I mean, literally as we speak. I could give you an answer and go back to my office, the beautiful Oval Office. I could go back into the Oval Office and find out that the answer is obsolete. It's like his business. It's obsolete. You come up with a new chip and it's obsolete about 2 minutes later, right? But that's what's good about his business. That's why he's the only one that's successful in it. But
To follow up my colleague's question, from Russia saying that your foreign policy is largely in line with their vision, should that be concerning to Americans?
said what?
Should that be concerning to Americans?
Read the statement.
That Russia says that your administration's foreign policy is, quote, largely in line with their vision.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think it takes two to tango, and you're going to have to make a deal with Russia, and you're going to have to make a deal with Ukraine. You're going to have the
That's three.
Assent, and you're going to have the consent from the European nations, because I think that's important, and from us. I think everybody has to get into a room, so to speak, and we have to make a deal. And the deal can be made very fast. It should not be that hard a deal to make. It could be made very fast. Now, maybe somebody doesn't want to make a deal. And if somebody doesn't want to make a deal, I think that person won't be around very long. That person will not be listened to very long because I believe that Russia wants to make a deal. I believe certainly the people of Ukraine want to make a deal. They've suffered more than anybody else. We talk about suffering. They've suffered. But if you think about it, under President Bush, they got Georgia, right? Russia got Georgia. Under President Obama, they got a nice big submarine base a nice big chunk of land where they have their submarines. You know that, right? Crimea. Under President Trump, they got nothing. And under President Biden, they tried to get the whole thing. They tried to get the whole big Ukraine, the whole thing. If I didn't get in here, they would have gotten the whole thing. So
Where are we going?
I can only say
58,
you can go back
50?
to Bush, you can go back to Obama, and go back to Biden. They took a lot. The only one they didn't get, you know what I gave them? I gave them anti-tank missiles. That's what I gave them. I gave them sanctions on Russia. I gave them javelins. You know the javelins? You know when
Yep.
they took out all those tanks?
Biden.
You know the tanks? We're heading to Kiev by the hundreds, and they were unstoppable. And I gave them javelins. So, you know, I really, Putin is the one that will tell you this has not been so good for them. The fact is that I just want fairness. I want fairness. But think of it. I gave Russia nothing except grief. I gave them nothing. I gave them sanctions and javelins. That's what I gave them. Obama gave them sheets, and you heard that statement before. It's a very famous. Trump gave them javelins, and Obama gave them sheets, and then they say how close I am to Russia. And let me tell you, we have to make a deal because there are a lot of people being killed that shouldn't be killed. But remember, Trump gave them nothing, and the other presidents gave them a lot. They gave them everything.
You're the only person saying that. You're the person saying the thing that you're saying. No one else has said that.
Something that you would consider even with Argentina.
I'll consider anything, and Argentina, I think he's great, by the way. I think he's a great leader. He's doing a great job. He's doing a fantastic job. Brought it back from oblivion. Yeah, we'll look at things. We're looking at the UK with things. It doesn't have to be tariffs, but tariffs are easy, they're fast, they're efficient, and they bring fairness. For instance, when people kill their dollar, their equivalent of the dollar, whether it's the yuan or the yen.
That's just because he's pushing forward Putin's agenda in Ukraine while trying to strong-arm Ukraine out of mineral rights.
Disadvantage. So all I have to do is say, Howard, we're going to have to raise the tariffs a little bit because I've called President Xi, I've called the leaders of Japan to say you can't continue to reduce and break down your currency. You can't do it because it's unfair to us. It's very hard for us to make tractors, Caterpillar, here when Japan, China, and other places are killing their currency, meaning driving it down. So all of these things add up. And the way you solve it very easily is with tariffs, because when they do that, instead of having to make phone calls every day like I used to do with certain leaders, President Xi a little bit, a lot of phone calls, talking about the fact that they're lowering their yuan, they're lowering it down, and that makes it very, very hard for us. So this way I just say, look, let them do that, and we make up for it with the tariffs. But
Will you be speaking with Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum about
yeah, sure, I will. I have a lot of respect for her. I have a lot of respect for her.
Mr. President, Mr. President, tariff takes
Yeah.
effect. It'll be 20% on China now. How high are you willing to go against China?
Well, I can't say. It depends on what they do with.
Is
their
Trump going to
currency.
give
It
me
depends
cat
on
back
what
to
they do in terms of
160?
a retaliation with some kind of an economic retaliation, which I don't think they're going to retaliate too much. Hey, look, the United States has been taken advantage of for 40 years. The United States has been a laughingstock for years and years. That's why this gentleman is built in Taiwan instead of building here. It would have been better if he built here. If we had a president that knew what they were doing, and we had a lot of them very bad on trade. Look, I'm a huge fan of Ronald Reagan, but he was bad on trade, very bad on trade. He allowed a lot of people, a lot of businesses to do
Talk
bad
shit
things.
more
So
about Reagan.
I say that with due respect because he was so great on other things, but he was bad on trade. We are setting records right now, records like nobody has ever seen before. When you have companies like this coming in and almost 40% of their company in one signature is going to be devoted to what he does, which is one of the most important businesses in the world. That's an unbelievable thing. When Apple now is going to start building all of their plants here, all because of what we've done in terms of, it's not because he likes me or they like me. They don't probably like me at all. I don't know. I think he likes me a little bit at least. But you know what? It's the incentive we created or the negative incentive. I mean, it's going to be very costly for people to take advantage of this country. They can't come in and steal our money and steal our jobs and take our factories and take our businesses and expect not to be punished. And they're being punished by tariffs. It's a very powerful weapon that politicians haven't used because they were either dishonest, stupid, or paid off in some other form. And now we're using them. Say it.
Have you spoken with President Xi about this?
I don't want to tell you that. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Running for New York City mayor.
Will people who don't respond to the emails be fired?
How low can we go? As a country, we might be nearing rock bottom. Oh, Gherk, you sweet summer child. We can go lower. But is it the same country at that point? Or is it a new Reich? SPX is probably going to hit 4,400 this year, and I can go back to liking the stream. If VIX could go about 20 points higher, me and Jackson's 12,000 Cs will finally print. I mean, the Trump's tariffs are going into effect tomorrow. So you're asking me where the floor is. There isn't one. Not anywhere near us. I'm not sure this particular downside move should be celebrated. And I feel like a lot of the impact of the tariffs is already priced into BTU. I mean, Trump can't readily boot JPOW. Nor would the banks he needs to finance things agree with that. Trump's not a dictator yet, just closer. The first tranche of Canadian tariffs will be on Canadian $30 billion worth of goods. Said like $10. The trade wars have begun. Listen, why is it all these people that would never work a manufacturing job want manufacturing jobs back? Like, I get it if you work at, 7-Eleven for $6 an hour. And you remember the glory days of your grandparents, $40 an hour at Caterpillar and their $5,000 Sears Roebuck home. But we don't live in that world anymore. I feel like a lot of people want these manufacturing jobs for other people. But those people don't want to do those fucking jobs. And no one wants to build plants here. They already built plants somewhere else. You want to go stick your fucking hand in a press after doing a 12-hour shift on the factory floor? So it's all just bullshit, because no one wants it. The businesses don't want it. The people don't want it. It's not going to pay $100 an hour. Are you out of your fucking mind? The last 3 years are the first time wages have rose substantially since the 80s. The only time we got a significant bump in wages was following like the fucking Gilded Age, when people en masse unionized and fought back against the wealthy. I don't employ anybody, though. So what? I'd give it up. That's capitalism, right, Bob? If you're good at the game, It doesn't matter if you lose all your money. You can just get it right back. Why are the rich people so scared then, you wonder? Maybe it's because they suck at fucking capitalism. That without government handouts and favorable policy, they would never have been successful in the fucking first place. People like Trump and Elon, whose rich fucking daddies bailed them out of more fucking mistakes than anybody can count. You're sounding like a fiscal conservative. Oh, I am. A bit. I mean, I believe in capitalism, right? I'm a capitalist, which makes you a fiscal conservative, generally. You dare challenge the MAGA fan base? Your viewership numbers are in for a correction. Or am I going to rage bait them all in here? The irony is that the most conservative members of the pickle jar are basically 1960s Kennedy Democrats. I mean, in that vein, Biden was a right-wing conservative. I mean, he was, yeah. Let's not even get into Clinton. Bernie's center left. Our proto Air Force attacked, striking Union laborers during the Gilded Age, too. Great times. Listen, if we want this all to change and be better, some people are going to die. Regardless of what Dork thinks about voting third party. What are we doing here? What's happening? Nothing. Watching the SPX tank because our dipshit president just started a trade war with our two closest trade allies. Yeah, no problem, Potato Tom. Anytime. Can you imagine if the US didn't have the best military in the world? Don't worry, we'll make that worse too. April 2nd. Well, no, NAFTA was passed by Congress. So it's not dead, it's just being blatantly ignored by executive overreach. When Trumpers mad, some of them already are. Trump is a full month early with his April Fool's Day prank. I'm so confused as to how the military-industrial complex is letting any of this fly. Ukraine is a money printer. Mm-hmm. But that's fine because roughly half of the legislative branch is totally cool with this. Everything can just get blocked in the Senate. It's a question of if the legislature is going to stand up and actually block things. I mean, right now, anybody opposed to this is fairly rudderless. There's no concentration of power or leadership. At least he pulled this after Black History Month. We can't be blamed this time. AOC? No. Why do people think Congress is okay with this? They're politicians, and that can change very quickly, and will. Everybody will act in their own best interest. That's what the protection is against, Trump usurping the U.S. or something. SCOTUS isn't going to cede power, and the legislature is not going to cede power. Everybody will look out for their own ass, and hopefully things will stay relatively the same as they are, because despite a lot of talking, not much has actually changed. If Republicans turn on Trump like they did last time, he's going to have the mother of all meltdowns. Yeah, we'll probably get another coup. Ah, yes, the extremely patriotic act of smearing your shit on the hollowed walls of Congress. Yep. What is the divergence between a much higher VIX now than Friday, but SPX price almost the same? Should SPX continue down, or should VIX go down? SPX should continue down. We're at technical support. 5832 is an important one. On the weekly. Not so much on the monthly. Trudeau is immediately reciprocating. Canada's foreign minister already announced first tranche of retaliatory tariffs. I just made all the money I lost from GME today. It took me all this time. Thank you, Gherk. That's awesome, Big Bear. I'm glad to hear it, man. Trading in 2025, when the collar becomes a belt, more like a noose. Did you guys have term structure or skew charts? Not yet. But we will be adding like historic skew. Term structure, I don't know yet. Probably. Not immediately, but probably. That might be like a few months out. We need to make a GS tutorial video on how to make it work for you. I read the notes, but I like Watchy Talkie. You should check out the roundtables we've been doing. How high are we going to rocket when Trump delays tomorrow's tariffs? I'm buying calls. I don't think he can. I think at this point it's enact him for like 30 or 60 days, and then we'll see what happens. The threats are only good if you eventually make good on them. Otherwise they kind of run out of power. Could we even bounce tomorrow mechanically? Oh yeah. We could bounce into the end of the day mechanically. It's unlikely. This is terrible news, but I had a 30-minute call. What did you do? Trump announced tariffs for tomorrow. And then said some nasty things about Ukraine. This is all just posturing. This has to bounce overnight, right? Right? Why? Nice, man. That's what my Republican friends keep saying. Oh, that's awkward. I mean, Trump stepped into a terrible economic situation, and he's torching it. Like he just came in with a can of gasoline and poured it all over the fire that was already burning. I can't tell if I could hold puts overnight or sell them now. You could hedge off your upside risk. You could buy like an out of the money debit spread for whatever your like put premium is. And that way, if it rips overnight, you get your money back. And if it keeps going down, your put will be up. My Google history is 80% pangolin related today. Popcorn Trader, for the final time, pangolins will not help your erectile dysfunction. Popcorn Trader doesn't have erectile dysfunction. He's been hard ever since his CERN puts expired. Yeah, I don't care about your political ideologies. It doesn't matter to me. I just don't like it when people misstate things because they've been brainwashed by propaganda on either side of the aisle. I don't like misinformation. Unless it's Elon Musk leaving his kid behind at the CPAC convention, because that shit was funny. I think I'm going to get back into huffing mold. Nice. I don't know if I'd straddle with fucking VIX at VIX above 20. Strangle, maybe. Let's be real, Gherk. Too many people know how to read and write. This is what happens. No, not enough people know how to read and write. The sheer quantity of you guys out there that are illiterate is astounding. Like, that just means there's people going through life faking reading shit all the time. What do you mean, you guys? I mean, I'm trying to be inclusive of Popcorn Trader. At the very least. And several of you have already admitted illiteracy. See? Gremlin. I feel targeted, and I've not been here for months. My friend of like 20 years told me he can't read the other day in a text message. Hold on. What? Not illiterate, just slow. I told JFresh the documentation needed to be animated with cartoons. I was like, if it's text, they're never gonna get it. Why would Democrats crash the market like this? I know, right? Thanks, Obama. All I want is for there to actually be figures when it references figures. We're not there yet. It's the school for kids who can't read good. See, this is the problem. Wait, Cuomo's coming back? I thought that Trump was getting all the charges against our current criminal mayor dropped. Wait, hold on. Didn't he leave office because he was like manhandling his staff? Yes. Oh, yeah. But that, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, he was pretty gropey. But now we have a gropey president, so it's, okay, I get it. Gamma flip dead? It's like $100 to the upside. No, look at the gamma flip line. It's technically broken. Oh shit. Hmm. Interesting. No, data services are down. Options are still updating. The fucking it's probably because the positioning's absolutely fucked. Um, we'll figure it out. I don't think it's a calculation error. Yeah, it's probably just pinned to out of the money gamma that's gotten trapped. But I don't know. There's enough gamma at spot now that it should be moving down. I'm considering archiving the whole Edgar database. I expect them to pull that info as well. Probably, yeah. AVGO down 7% on the news of a bunch of new TSMC fabs getting ordered. Makes sense. Mm-hmm. Yep, it does. Why is GME not ripping as the market tanks? Good question. Why does it hurt Nvidia so bad? Because they're super exposed to Chinese tariffs. Despite them claiming to not be shipping AI chips to China, they in fact are. And have been all along. Nice, me too. Could just be closed at 58.15. We could keep dropping all the way to 5,800. Trump fucked the market. Again, without its consent. What's up, Dork? Imagine buying the Bitcoin pump yesterday. uh, that's what's going to destroy Trump's base. As if all the hedge funds dump their Bitcoin. If Bitcoin's a store of value independent from the dollar, then why has it erased all of its gains from yesterday? What did he say? Tariffs go into effect tomorrow against Canada and Mexico. Also, Ukraine bad for wanting to keep their country. How dare they? The country that we previously swore to protect in exchange for their nuclear weapons. Is Trump tariffing BTC? Why would he do this? I love it. What was trading like during Trump reign #1? This, but less crazy. So now it's just going to be a little bit more, hmm. Demented. At least I have the excuse I need to buy so much packs. This is perfect. LMT is going up a little bit. That's cool. Hmm. Oh, is that your out of the money put, Nuke? Or Dork? Finally, someone wants to buy it? How about the flat Monday? Well, I said if they mentioned the tariffs today, we could go down. But, I mean, we're expected to get no news until tomorrow. I drew down for today, right? Yeah. Right on track. Fuck off, AJ. That's expected move. And we did test 5980. That's not where I expect the day to close. It's the range of the expected move. Well, where I expect it to move. The green and the red are where the market maker expects it to move. Yeah, we're dumping. We still got 13 minutes. 30 is resistance to the upside. You think the Phoenix Airport Marriott's big enough? 5,800, end of day tomorrow. There's nothing bullish happening here. You know that, right? Some of you seem to be confused. We're afraid that our leadership may be too representative of our people. It may be. I'm waiting to confirm the drop. Nice. So far, my theory of the COVID crash is coming true. What was it? I dragged the COVID crash chart over like the 1 hour chart, and it was like almost the same. In all seriousness, if China takes this Ukraine thing to move on Taiwan, how hard would Nvidia tank? Hard. Hard as fuck. Hey all, remember that money is just a concept we made up, and help is available if you're not feeling so okay mentally about all of this. Yeah, it's a pretty fucked situation, so... if you feel like you need that, seek it out actively. Why did RC move SLD? I don't know. This is a good time to go house shopping once new Jabo. Oh, yeah, yeah. Not yet, but it's getting there. Unless you want to buy a house in Florida. In which case, those are already pretty cheap. Thanks, Tim. Trade Wars. Yep, Trade Wars back on the menu. We're starting Trade Wars tomorrow. Welcome to Thunderdome. I like questions like that. If the only place Nvidia actually makes the only bit of their business that makes money was invaded, is that bad? Question is, who's gonna go long Nvidia at $13? No, Tom Lee's long now. His fund will be gone by the time it gets to $13. He'll have to go back to working for Jamie Dimon in his little closet. Didn't Tom Lee say like 6,200 this week or some shit? Surely Trump will use his leverage to work out a deal. He holds the cards. Did you guys see that fucking gif of Trump and Zelensky playing Uno? That was the funniest shit I've seen all week. Do you think it would be worth opening a wager on Kashi as to whether Vance is gay? Is that not already one? I thought he was like sofa sexual. I didn't know he identified really one way or the other. Bisexual. Tariffs on New York, Illinois, and Cali tomorrow. If the blue states cut their funding to the federal government will be bankrupt in like a month. Maybe you guys didn't read about the Civil War. Crypto's got great dad jokes. When Elon goes to Fort Knox, what happens to market? What do you mean? Sounds nice. You're saying a war where everyone was civil? No. You mean the War of Northern Aggression? What's up, Pepe? Fiat currency is not taught to the common man. 3 minutes left. Oh, hey, the Gamma Flip finally moved. Is there a specific place you recommend to practice paper trading? I don't know who's got decent paper trading anymore. Used to be TDA, but they got bought out by Schwab. I know TradingView like revamped theirs. WeBull's fine. All right, there you go. Use a fucking pen and a piece of paper. That's way better than any of the software you're gonna find. I think it was all about states' rights. One really specific right, in fact. Yeah. But I don't think the sentiment ever really changed. We were too nice during the Reconstruction. What did Trump do? Trade war. We were over to Capone's. The one in Greenwich? It's been a little while, but yeah, I've been there. Ding ding. All right. Let's take a look at the day. So ended up closing below the market maker's expected move by about 106 points. 7. Putting us on a fairly significant downside trajectory into the end of the week and kind of butting up against the lower trend here, getting fairly close to it. We'll go look at that on the longer dated time frame in a second. Total failure of the upside breakout from this morning, and a pullback almost to trend here on ES, with the next significant level test at 5807 to the downside. This is pretty fucking bad. In case that wasn't obvious. Yields at the top end of the curve continue to move down pretty rapidly. Bond vols continuing to rise. Dollars falling fairly quickly, given the fact that we're instituting tariffs tomorrow. It's falling shockingly fast. Commodities up across the board, mostly held up by precious metals and industrial metals that were rising alongside the falling dollar. However, oil down today on increased OPEC output starting in April, which has hit energy a little bit. Correlation on the 1 and 3 month popped, turned around a little bit into the end of the day, but no significant reversal. Forward yield on volatility at 10.03%. The curve on the 10-2 year, positive 9.34%. So, rapidly a rapid positive move in the 10-2 year and increased demand for the forward yield on volatility has now pushed the forward yield on volatility over the yield curve. And this will probably just continue rising. This is very bearish. The last time we saw them rising in tandem at this rate was August of 2024, where the spread and the carry collapsed due to the Japanese rate hike and subsequent market shock. We haven't collapsed that fast yet here, but leverage is down pretty substantially from 9.2x a couple weeks ago to about 8.34. With that declining leverage, that'll mean margin is pulling back on risk assets, and M2 supply will decline as that margin on loan diminishes. Correlation and bond vol both up for the day. Skew moved up today, but probably now back down again after the big drop. 51% of the S&P. This is kind of interesting. Correlation between VIX and cash VIX rose from a bottom at 83.7 on Friday up to 84.98 today. That increase in correlation is likely due to a drawback in short volatility positioning. This is a very aggressive uptrend in volatility that at least isn't showing any signs of pulling back soon. Fed fund futures ticked up a little bit today again, but not very much. Trying to price in that one rate cut by the end of the year, probably for the September meeting. Bear steepener moved down about 7%. Still kind of just chopping above 20. Not really doing much right now. Out here on the daily, we got that reversal Friday, and I warned that it hadn't gotten a higher high, and that was a kind of a risk. Today we saw the rest of that play out with the high of the day coming in a little lower than Thursday's high. That led to a failure that saw us fall through the 5,900 level trend and test and break below the local support trend that started back in October. A push down through here opens up a test at the 200 MA, which is around 57.20. We have major technical levels on the monthly at 57.73 and 56.96. 58.32 is a little bit important on the weekly time frame. If we go out and look at the weekly, this was 58.32 was pretty close to the bottom of last week's low. Also acted as support back here in December a couple times. But the monthly lows at 57.73 and 56.96 are far more significant. And those we're getting very close to testing. We also on a test of 56.96 or a breakdown thereof, we'll have a reversal signal on the monthly time frame with a potential to pull back to 5,000 or even like 4,100. There's the market's gone up quite a lot, so there's a very significant amount of room below us for things to sell off. And we'll keep an eye on that as time goes on. But this is a very significant reversal, especially if it falls below those levels. Anyway, that's it for now. Yeah, I mean those are the major supports to the downside. It's like 49.50 and like 41.04. From back in like end of 2023. What a day. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Maybe Trump pulls it all back and we rip. He might not. Anyway, thank you guys so much. I hope everybody has a wonderful night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.